will sit back and say, I know I'm late. Whoops. I'm looking too far to the wrong side. There we go. I know I'm a little bit late. But Mario movies have to happen. Where were we? Oh yeah, we're in Thavnair. I might actually do the Thavnair, Aethergurn quests while I'm here. Pew pew pew. Hello, Tor. Welcome. A little bit later than what I thought it was going to be, but then again, I was still in queue, and then somebody was like, hey, do you want to watch a Mario movie? And I'm like, okay, sure. And so we watched the Mario movie. I can tend to the res. Pray look at Matsuya, no doubt he was seeing what weighs on his soul. The only thing I did last night, I went back to Merilatorium. I got my fly. I got all the findable Thavnair ones. And that's pretty much it. And of course, I'm still a little bit above 88. Oh, Theresa. This is Yuvit, the eldest here. He's hurt, but praise be to sisters, he still lives. Young Matsuya has told me everything. I have not have the words to express my gratitude to your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, these unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. Hello. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babies struck down by these creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsuya, do you have a chance to remember Krarif and Mevin? The young couple who has already brought you freshest catches. How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider as their way, but Quay, Steph, and Mevin brought me my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they may be in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agma Temple, and one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still a tiny babe. To elude those fiends while carrying for one so young is an impossible task. Surely, I beg of you, go to their aid. I want you to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Yes. Oh, thank you. Agma Temple lies west of here. We must hurry. No. Understand, Mindbender. Okay, I kind of want to point this out. So, this jacket is not a texture. Like, unlike Blizzard that basically does textures, they have to model this for every single race. Like, every single item can be worn by every single race, and they're not just like a texture that Blizzard would just put onto their races. So you have all these artists who have to work for every single race to make all these different armors across, God, 15 different jobs at this point? Hold on. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 plus 4, so 20? So, like, the reason why they said, like, even the Rabbitmen and the Hofgar women were going to be the last one is because they're already pushed at their limit for that shit. Yeah. It's legitimately, if they were to add it, they would basically only have, like, they wouldn't have enough artists. That was Krasip. Oh no, it's not good. I'll take a look. There's parts of me that's like, yeah, a lot of the races feel kind of samey. It's like, big human, slightly dragon human, um, stuff like that, and I'm like, eh. Bunny human and cat human. But at the same point in time, it's also like I'm kind of glad that like they know their limits, and I do enjoy a lot of the outfits within this game. Parasif, are you dead yet? The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Theresa. I tried to stay back, but I couldn't. Are you dead yet? Are you dead yet? No, it cannot be. Is someone, anyone... Oh, he's still somewhat alive. My arm's so heavy, my legs, I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Oh, fuck. Oh, no, he's turning. Kresov, no, Kresov, you must stay strong. More time. I thought I had... I don't want to die. Thank you. Please find them.
Off to the crematorium.
Mevin still lives, and she has their child. We must search a jungle between here and Palakistan. There's nowhere else that she could have gone, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Forgive me, Kresov. Once we have served your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. They can handle it. Oh no! Monkey! Monkeys! Monkey! I threw something. Okay, now they gave up. Were there no tracks to signs for recent trade? Mevin and the child must be elsewhere. Got done scathed. It could be worse. It could be Ravenaster. It could be the Evilise raids. Those are far worse. At least I mean, Dunscape still has the first boss. The first boss isn't really the greatest in the world, considering groups. But I would rather have Dunscape than fucking, Ravenaster or the Lighthouse, or God forbid, the final one. We've had 20 people leave before the first boss was... Yeah, I guess that isn't a good sign, is it? Some people don't want to deal, and I'm like, Could be worse. It could be getting the 83 trial on, like, Trial Roulette. Still haven't done that yet. But then again, I haven't really focused on leveling anything. I kind of want to do Reaper first so I can have a melee up. Even though I do have Samurai, I just don't care much for Samurai right now. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Like, okay, that's better. Like even innocence is better than like getting you know, soapy art. Meanwhile, in the skies of Thavnair. I went back to look at like the launch trailer.
To trouble us here.
And we've seen the majority of what's in that launch trailer. And heard the majority of what we've seen in that launch trailer. With the exception of like 2 dungeons.
How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Ras Khan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
it's despair.
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them.
It's not even a boy, it's just him as well.
For which my children will never awake.
I'm sure that like they can just, I mean they can pop their eyes back in. Dragons can do that.
Condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Ras Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man.
What new conflict?
These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him,
Hello.
I am a bringer of fear. No different from the beasts which
I'll try to entertain, but like we're in the middle of
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come
What do you
together,
mean?
death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland.
I'm interesting. Okay.
And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine.
You don't need to see my pants. Why do you need to see my pants? Also, I'm not wearing.
And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned.
Oh.
I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people long
I am wearing
and
shorts.
true.
Hold on.
In this
Hold on,
time
you
of
wanna see me in
unprecedented
shorts? Hold on, I'll
crisis,
stand-
he
I'll
turned
stand.
to you.
Wait.
You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It
See?
will not be easy,
Shorts. Whoops.
but the future of Radz-at-Han
Ignore
hangs in the
ignore
balance.
the lack of legs right there.
We have company.
I'm ready.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
All that for one cutscene. When Mevin fled in deep in the jungle, she and her children were in grave danger. Whatever shall we do? Gods have mercy. Do you want to turn into a beast like the others? No. Not yet. Me, a beast? What are you talking about? God, so that's what's cause of this. Then I have no choice. I must keep my fear in check. I see the wounded. How did you two fare? Did you find your friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we must, we leave the village to be safe in our absence. Alice and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Metasia to speak with Elder and see what he wants? We will save Mevin and her child. We can do that much for Karisif. Still no quests? Okay. Just making sure there's no quest for 8 currents. I've heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? The Crown's Karisif, but they no more understand we've lost another of our dear friends. Karisif may be gone, but there's still hope for Mevin or their child. Please find them, I beg of you. As for your search, you come across anything else escaped, so please tell them what happened. Keep the best villagers in check. Bum, 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 bum. I am pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And for that, well, let's resume your search for your friend and your child. Where should we begin, Matsia? If we both follow Kisroda south, we'll raise a Purasa, a temple. It's a sacred place where they go to commune with other divinities. Possible Nevin sought there, as well as other villagers. You two take lead then. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Time to kill someone. Or something. Anything else? I don't know what they think. I will help the village woman. I guess they don't even question it. I mean, I guess it would be the same if, like, we were riding monkeys. Like, if we rode a monkey, like a gorilla. Yeah. There's a wait. Perez lies up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have been killed. Alphino Alze has gone to do what they can, but it must be at the ready. Oh wow, that's like 3 different places. Barusa. I like how their attack is legitimately called What's Left. And that's the attack that's that fucking big ass thing that hits the left side. It wants a lot of the right. You what? Basically, he just said that. I already did the melee one, so I just melee. Did all of that, yeah. Lala popped their head in for launch and then said that, like, they're basically just dive bombing the game. They said see you Sunday, but, like, I'm pretty sure that that was the overestimation of when they would get this game done. I mean, granted, they're probably much farther along than I am. Yeah, I should have went around in a circle. That way I wouldn't have to double back. You know, I'm kind of wondering... Okay, so why would it eventually, like... It affects creatures that can feel emotion, and I know that some animals can feel emotion, but, like... Does the changes affect, like, creatures? Like, would a wasp feel extremely sad and be like, well, I guess I'm just going to, you know, whatever? Or is this just like, oh, they'll just die from, like, everything else?
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
True. We could. This time to give them all antidepressants. We must develop antidepressants.
My friends, this is a place of worship.
No
Should
crying
your
in the
heart
house of
quake
God.
with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Aw.
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
It's just carrots.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy.
Ah, that's louder.
Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn.
Yeah, why was that way louder than anything else? Holy shit. Whoa.
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Wait, let me go back on that. Hold on. Ah, shit. I wanna... All I have to do is cancel it. Okay, no, it didn't. It doesn't offer. I was like, is this the end of Thavnair? And it's like, no, it doesn't. All I know is anytime you see a picture, a big event is going to happen. And sometimes big events lead to you getting Aether Current, and I like having Aether Current. It means I can fly. Bum, 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 bum. I am kind of glad that like I recharged myself, because like yesterday, after experiencing what I would call brain death after doing the 83 trial, like I feel much more active, alive. My brain has fired a neuron. Not to sit back and say that like my brain wasn't firing neurons.
That's her!
Or
No,
the fight
sure
wasn't
of it.
firing neurons, just the
Never!
many attempts.
Don't, please!
No! God have mercy!
Not even to eat, just to throw him into the water. Mervin's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death, no doubt, came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. Oh, wow, fuck. You take the baby into your arms. She still has lived. You cannot tell, but she's surely not surviving unless you can carry her to the surface at once. I did it. I saved the baby. It's fine. Yeah, the baby's fine. Totally alive. Did you find Mevra and her child? Mevra's dead. You have the child. Let us see her. We can at least heal the baby. Actually, now when I think about it, what about babies? Like, do babies feel despair?
She's so cold, Alphino.
Can babies feel despair? What
The
if
child
they?
is alert
I mean,
and
they
I see no
obviously don't
wounds,
have
and
like
yet
object permanence.
She
So
grows
like,
weaker.
what if they just like they don't see their
My
child,
spells can
their
do no
mother,
more.
and then be like,
What she
"Oh my
needs is a
God,
change of
mother's
clothes
away,"
and a
and then
warm
falls
bed.
into
We must
despair.
hurry
They
back.
feel anger. Okay, good. It's anger. Anger is what fuels the babies.
Not now.
Matsia, take the child.
God, like the difference. It's like, Jesus Christ, you can crush the
It appears
baby
we've
in a
made
hand.
enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you
Oh
can.
no.
We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way. No. No. Not you too.
Are you serious? So, okay, yeah, it can affect the baby.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
Yo, Estinian.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right.
I didn't do shit.
That's the last of them.
Well, they couldn't
should
show
hurry
me
and
doing
find
anything
Maxia.
because it's like, obviously it's like, oh, well, you have different, jobs. He had help from on high. I saw it through my
What, like
mind's
divine
eye as
aid?
the player.
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Come on. Oh, okay, they're doing that. We've done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palakistan to perform the funeral rites. Nothing else. Mever and Quez have died as they live, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest solace would be this comforting. Okay, the simplest of pleasures. Y'all ready then? In that case, let's head to Palakistan. No doubt Vitra's raiding. Yeah, okay, we didn't spend that long here. But it makes me think, like, what? Where are the other quests for the Kurds? Unless they come after this one? Was the young Matsia returned with the baby safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl had already begun to regain her strength. Less joyous received was the word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of the transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnir must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive must carry the weight of their memory. We strive to resign a semblance of what they have lost. Praiseth and Meverin's babe as a child of Thavnir as well. I thank you for turning us to our side. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not let the worst expel my gratitude. They say that if not for you, brave Matsia and the child would be lost forever to us. Long have I heard the rumors of a mighty dragon has forged a pact of friendship with a satrap, but never would I expected such a kind and gentle soul. Proof in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Arwen as my lord's servant. Are my ears to believe you were the true satrap all along? Nidanya, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you've gone to help the people of Palakistan in their time of need, and so I and several colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Merwin's daughter. Dragon. But enough about us. You and your role are far greater enigma. If you were true satrap all along, could it be that young Vashna was created to serve as your emissary? That thou suspect the boy was but a simulacrum? A rumor has circulated many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Vashna with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they would no doubt recognize that the satrap was using the Silicon to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I've always assumed that one of Awen's associates was manipulating from afar, but truth it was far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. 'Tis thou and my fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were saviors not only of Razadhan, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vitra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more, my colleagues and I will commit the knowledge and resources at the disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this darkest hour. To esteem the place is in good hands. I will return to see how Razadhan fares. What will you do, Scions? I worry too for the survivors we met at Perusa. Let's make them a visit before on our way back. In that case, may I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Where shall we bury the survivors? In the open. That's what our custom says. Needs to simmer a bit longer, I say. Oh, we're having soup? In the meantime, I was hoping to ask you a few questions. The Red Sky and the Terrible Beast, and what names the sisters happening here in Thavnair? Well, here, I'll tell you by waving my hands. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. We're seeing the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, my friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if we can further our research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with a hearty helping of rich milk and purest sugar. Made a few cups for everyone, so why don't you take it around the village? Spicy, whatever. I'm gonna mash through some of these because these don't seem as important. While you distribute hot peppers, I do sweep for air and beast, and it's the time we'll get you back here. And you find 3 villagers that want something to drink. Ah, there's one. Was at the temple. Here's some tea. A cup of chai. What is this? Ah, the aroma fragrance. Cool. What about up here? No. And there's another person. Look at him, lazing like no full well that the beast might moment again. Sometimes you need some tea to chill out, man. There might be someone on the outside edge that I missed. Doesn't seem like anyone on the outside edge needs. I checked there, but I didn't check inside. Oh, there. Hiding. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone, blah blah blah. Here's some tea. This is for me. Why we used to drink tight to get off in certain stores and steaming cups have a hard day's work. Thank you. The pain's terrible, but it'll be fine. Oh, now I can finally get some quests. Hold on. Oh. We're gonna plow through a couple of quests. Shouldn't actually take that much longer. It's just, it would be stupid for me to leave this place and then have to come back. Especially when I only needed like a couple. Maybe if I had pushed on a little bit longer last night, then I wouldn't have to deal with this, but that little bit longer is 52 minutes. So, where do you want? Okay, this one wants me to open. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. These quests are pure I don't care. Because all it is I want the ability to fly here. I don't care about the story. Yes. I think the only day that was not like over 7 hours was Saturdays because I couldn't get in. Like, I couldn't start until like 9, almost 10 o'clock. And that still was a 5-hour stream. Understand, like, even with the amount of time that I'm doing this, like, put together all those times and then look at, like, I think even most of the other shit that I've done in regards to these expansions, even if they were 3-4 hours a pop, they still pale in comparison. I feel like at this point in Shadowbringers, I would be nearing the 67 quests, if not already at 67. But we're at like, or 77. But this one, we're at like 85. We're a little bit more than halfway done, where at the other point in time, we'd be like 3/4 done. Like, they said they wanted 6.0 to basically be the end of the story. And so, like, unlike the other expansions where the story for the expansion doesn't fully wrap up until, like, the 0.3 patch. This one, they wanted it to, like... 6.0 ends basically the story. The patches have nothing to deal with, like, beating some other new boss or, like, the real villain or finishing up, like this, like, a lingering story bit. Like, I could see, like, the patches being, like taking care of stuff in Garlemald or, you know, Charlian and stuff like that. I don't think that an FF17 will be like an online game. I think they'll continue with this one for a while, because they said that, like, there's plenty of stuff to explore in this game. Like, how do I put this? This is as much as we explored. It's pretty much all of this. Old Charlian. We've only really gone to Garlemald, which is right here. Thavnair, which is down here. Technically, we've been to Dalmasca before a raid, and some stuff over here for a raid. And this for a dungeon. But we've only done Othard as in this part. And Higanshi, we've only done, like, this port town. And this is just technically one continent. There's a continent down south that we have never touched. There's a continent to the west that we haven't touched. And so, like, all this does is end basically a story arc. And, like, the next few expansions, I would sit back and go, yeah, we'll go to, like, other, like, continents. Ah, why? See a strange statue. I have to go all the way back.
Hey, listen.
What? Hello, Avalon. Welcome. Everything is sad music. As I do a couple of side quests, so I can fly. So this elephant can fly here.
What a shame.
Yeah. A little bit. If I had gone to like an hour's more last night, it wouldn't be such a shame. But that's just how it is. The brain death of doing the 83 trial was... I keep saying brain death because it was just like doing the exact same thing over and over and over again just mentally exhausted me. And now I've kind of recharged from that and done some fun stuff like watch the Mario Brothers movie in a Discord. Watching people who have never seen it before just react to like the weirdness of that movie. Doesn't bathe. He doesn't want to bathe. It's like oh wait, did he cancel tonight's as well? I always like that he sits back and he makes these here's a schedule. Are you gonna follow it? No. Anytime he fails to stream, it always feels like, let's see, Discord. I want to see what his excuse was. News. Oh wait, is it news or is it game boomers? Dave is sick. We'll see you tomorrow. Legitimately, Dave's sick. Okay, cool. Why don't you do something else? Protect the unfortunate struggler and guide him to the entrance of Palakistan. Okay. Yeah, that's true. He could be doing anything right now. And yet, he chooses not to. Strange, isn't it? And here's the thing, like, Shouldn't I really shouldn't talk about that.
Number 9 large, number 6 extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45.
It's like I can understand taking some time off because you're sick. I can understand that. Trust me, I fucking understand that full well of taking care of yourself. But like, sometimes he uses it as an excuse to do the work that he was supposed to have already been doing. And the fact that he kind of feels like he falls behind on the work that he feels like he should be doing first of all means that God, how do I put this? He's not balancing his time very well. This guy's still behind me. Yeah, he needs an orderly schedule. I get it. He's hostile presence. It's like, I get it, you want to write a video, or you need to work on, like, videos for the channel that actually makes you money, more than Game Boomers does. But at the same point in time, it feels like whatever you're doing with Game Boomers puts you off from doing the work that you need to do. And it starts a competing channel, he's in trouble. Shoggoth tried to stream a few times. And I think, like, just issues in general caused her to stop. Like, I've watched a few of Shoggoth's streams when she did them. Yes, she totally has, like, a life that's really... There's so many different factors within her. Yes, it's a very rarely, and it was more or less like she started doing it, and then some events keep on happening. I think because of that, she bought some stuff for finger tracking and stuff like that. But then, like, because of like all the other stuff, she basically gave it to Tofu. But then again, I really shouldn't say one way or the other, because I'm just thinking about recently Tofu got hand tracking. I feel like he only got it because I think of Shoggoth. Alright. We did those 2 little side quests. Thank you for delivering the chai, Theresa. Did it help to lift this villager's spirits? Yes, it did. That's heartening to hear. Indeed, the final days show no signs of braiding, but that means no reason we try to keep our composure. A life has been forever changed. The people who have lost will never return to us. These treasures are a long way in our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony until we too join fallen in death. But it's not a surrender but recognition, for only in acceptance do we find the strength to move forward. As you finish your deliveries, my talk with you for a moment was curious. There's something become of Mevin and remains. Oh, we left them out in the open. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely to be rest peacefully at each other's side. And then for the people of Palakistan, they will perform the rites as soon as we're able. As for the child, it will not be easy growing up without a parent, but I promise I'll do what I can. Once she's able to eat solid food, the fish I help catch will help nourish her. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I believe everything has been the point. I can almost believe the magic at work. Listen how tensions fade. There's still a risk, though. I mean, if, you know... by all means, don't keep us waiting. Bring supplies. Unless found is sitting and be on their way. I wonder where he wandered off. Oh, he's on patrol. The rake for Torna near the bridge of Radzahan, as recall. Very well, then. So long. Now, since I have Aether Current, instead of walking elephant, we have flying elephant. What?
Oh shit. Here we go
yeah,
again.
it does kind of like blend in with the background a bit. Flying. Yeah. Every mountain in this game can fly. They lifted the restriction off of that. It's like, fuck it. I just would be pleased to know if I found a lingering beast. Part of that is because, like, some of the mounts actually have their own specific mount music to them. I've kind of turned it off for, right now. But, like, the Regalia. Of course, it can fly and turn into the flying form from 15. Horse can fly as well. I don't want to do anything Christmas related until we start Christmas games. No preference. And that's whenever I finish Endwalker. No, we're not. Wait, no, you're talking about. Wait. I can see you safe given this guy's a series of field wars. Please report receiving Korean the threat in the city. The beasts have been veiled and needed citizens safe for now. As I heard from the ready, the important proclamation was made in the city square. What's that all about? Yeah, I was like, wait, I'm thinking of that, and then I'm like thinking of something else, and I'm like, but like, yeah, her weed man. Her weed man, my car's been broken into 15 times while living in LA. I don't see a problem with that, though. The beasts are gone? I've been hiding. I was too scared to go out and even look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Roshan is. He's usually the slowest runner. I hope he got away. Maybe other people at the palace. Search for more townspeople who missed the announcement. We're spreading the word. Beatra has an announcement to make. Then again, we've already pissed on the moon once this entire expansion. The final days is just the piss droplets falling from the sky. Look at all the piss droplets. Ugh. Anyways, actually, when you think about it, what is even causing the meteorites to fall from the sky?
Look! Someone's coming! People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
What?
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
Yay, the children love dragons and dragon tales.
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
And that's always, it's like, you always say it's a dragon.
'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
And then he proceeds to tell them. And then they'll probably just go, oh, okay. That seems fine.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Did you catch me masturbating that one time?
Nay, child.
Okay,
While
thank you.
mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about whether or not you saw me the time I wanked off.
Calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already. Yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal.
Yeah.
And welcome an era of peace.
It's fine. We don't need to talk about the Lopriths. And their horrible, horrible taste in food.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
And if only Azael lived here in Razad Han.
Indeed.
Oh, speaking of the Charlians.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
You're looking at him.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Razad Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
He's right there.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner
I'm
of
listening
the
to
world.
Volshanok give his stupid speech.
The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Razad Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
That's totally a boy's voice. Totally a little child's voice.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Did something happen yet again?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
What?
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
Yeah, but at this point you could basically say, "Hey, everybody, don't fall to despair. Just don't fall to despair. Just don't fall to despair. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything you heard will be fine." At World's End. Greetings, honest science. 7 message from the XIV, the satrap. Brave science, you have grown gratitude of aiding my people in most trying times. The last here matters here to make it known, preventing me to meet you all in person. The token to appreciate and ready for a feast to be held in your honor. They nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such a words of Master Vitra. The feast is spoke of awaits you at well, whatever. And to you, there's someone we hope to introduce you in particular. While I'm loath to detain you further, maybe spare a moment of your time. Personal invitation. We'll save some food for you. Thank you, friend. Wherever you're ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Too bad I can't actually just teleport to the Aetheryte Plaza. Since the Aetheryte is still down. And I still need to grab this, the Hall of the Radiant Hand. What do you have? Access to the Aetheryte is seen as restricted to select few since the first period. We seriously apologize, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the movement of visitors in time of emergency, a risk we could not take. Now, in the light of recent development, however, the satrap decided the restriction will only hinder our efforts to combine the final days. As such, I encourage you to attune to this fucking shit right now. Finally! Is launcher for this mode like pretty much. It is legitimately a kind of window that within, I think, Sony's browsers? I'm not really too sure on that part. And then it launches the game. But like, you're still booting up into a game, into a somewhat launcher window, and then into the game proper. I do not want to show that off, though, because long queues.
Hey, work a little harder.
You've tuned yourself to all the Aetheryte, the Radz-at-Han. Now you can do the gate at the first sight. You must be wondering what this place is. You send in the Hall of the Radiant Host, where our leadership oversees all of Radz-at-Han's military operations. Don't drop our destination lies ahead. Is this finally it? Is this finally the role quest? Yeah, delegates. Welcome to the Sun Drop. Without further ado, let me meet all the people. Oh, you're the famous racer Wormhell, eh? I knew the moment you stepped through the door. You're the one who looked like you went through hell. Oh. You can either speak on, I guess. What do you have to get? What is Regan paying fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here. More formally, then, the benefit of my countrymen, it's a pleasure to have you. Oh, great champion of Rosia, science of the 7th Dawn, warrior of flight, and all-around good egg, I'm sure. Okay, this house of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. A woman after my own heart, I like that. Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's a thing or two I would like to remember. First of all about the room you're standing in now. Radz-at-Han welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. There are military masters discussed, which is why the doctor stays here at the Sun Drop. Imagine you're more familiar with each of the nations represent, yes? We got a respective representative for Doma. Uldal and Alamigo. Limsala Mensa. Gridania. And last but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They have eyes, ears, and mouths on the bridge between Radz-at-Han and respective homelands. Since we've used this regular respite to share details of our plight with our overseas counterparts, and wouldn't you know it, the leaders request a few words with you specifically. You're a woman in high demand, eh? And so would you mind regaling us of your own account, indulge us before you indulge ourselves? Oh, okay. But I have dinner. Give me dinner. I thank you for the report. Conditions in which my men are turned to beasts, their etheric anomalies have you observed, and you've given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red, contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proven valuable. As soon as the reports of calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of the Rosia, Alfaris and allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon spread. Our agents were able to confirm that for the time being, the skies only burn in the Bounty, including the this isle and Corvus. Alas, that is little comfort. Aye, all throughout the Allied lands, there have never been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kazal. And this was the case here, the victims underwent change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. But still, while the burning of skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restrictions. If anyone was to overcome despair and return, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give those creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Razadhan, where the first thing which begins the blasphemies. A fitting name as they are, the clarity and future communication, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with that threat as best their abilities. Each nation assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies in their spawn when they appear. At the same time, they're doing all they're in power to put the people's minds at ease, prevent panic and going fear and spreading. Their souls are strained for... Yeah, okay, all of this is just to tell me that these are the role quests, guys. Each blasphemy scene possesses wildly different characteristics, which work well against Holy. Then I do have a word with delegates. And with that, I do believe my friend has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking away all that fine cuisine. We've gained access to the role quest for Endwalker. A separate quest story have been now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. Untake the quest, speak with any of the delegates, and sun drop, and blah 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 blah. I know it's kind of loud. So from 85. And that one's for melee. That one's for healer. That's physical range. Okay, so Ulda and Alamegan are together. And of course, the Gridanian one is what it is, but I don't care about that. Right? We'll care about that later. Hibernus, now we can go back to the... I know Razadhan like the back of my hand. I'm glad you're becoming more familiar with Festini. Please hear all the drinks on the house. Order whatever suits your fancy. Oh, and with that, I must return my post. There you go. So we're going all the way back there. Oh, welcome. When the satrap started to entertain a party of on the guests, one who would be if for you. I'm glad you finally. I won't fucking drink beer. Pray, join your friends. Give me your strongest potion. Welcome back. What did the Radiant want to tell?
Chaos.
No, not chaos. Chaos pure. Our allies have been sent military delegates, and that's news to me. Mind sharing details?
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true.
I
As it
see
did in
it. That's
Amalot.
fine. I don't have a good
that's our
relationship with my
Then
mother.
shouldn't we
so
expect the
you
effects
can
to
make
grow
fun
more
of her
severe
all
as it
you
feeds
want
off its
to.
own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend.
Ooh. Spirits. You put the lime in the coconut.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control.
Well, why is it that the sky
Is there
turns
something,
red and...
anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called them Elpis. You remember, or know well to remember that name.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Hmm?
Elidibus.
He's still in the Crystal Tower.
I sealed him in the White Horus site of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
Has time moved forward in the first? I mean, hey, might be others looking at the others as well. Hello, TK.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
and why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
Smiles.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation.
It's like you're about to learn
Yes.
something pretty soon.
So much left for you to see.
The game. There's
Where
still more
beginning
plot
ends
twists
and
up
end
ahead.
begins.
Thanks, M itself. I mean, I'm sorry, Hades. Alright, now then, you're all ready to go? I think it's time to go to the first. Yeah. In that case, it's time we need to tend to our task, and when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Serene. Tell her I miss her. Or higher. Take this thrice on my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's system in the umbilicus. Even as the smallest fragments of Elidibus' essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch of the Ancestor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask for me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I'm happy, hardships and all. Well, we've best been on our respective ways. God's willing, we'll start to see each other ere long. Speak. Alright, back to the first. Wait, that's Kagane. We'll start from the Crystarium. And then I guess go outside the gate? Yeah, Tessellation. I guess we haven't hit one of those jump gaps yet. You returned! Yes. How have you been, you and the others? No shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they are here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you? Those exact words? Oh, you know how to know that he's happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Theresa, for taking care of him. When you next see him, please tell him that not to overexert himself, futile as requested though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you've granted us continues. We work hard to build our new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we casually bicker, but we've been no more optimistic for the morrow. Why? If I mentioned one dilemma, it would be the question for our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Also in mind that the Settlement Council should be continued to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, where representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing set in stone, but however to perceive, it will not replace our Lord. Anyways, I need access into the Crystal Tower. Have we recently observed an unusual phenomenon? No, I cannot say we have. Curious that you'd ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Rin came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she's been as of late. She and the other Crusaderian Muse host a festival, you see. It has proved so popular that already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparation for the festival and restoration of the empty, she has struck me as a happy and full of life. When I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she's more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to breach the subject of her as well? You wish to enter the Umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once and take the opportunity to find Rain. Please wait for me in the city in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. We shall, I'll be along as soon as I can. Bop, 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 bop. Alright, I'm not gonna take the teleport even though it's 100 from here. Right in front of it. Oh yeah, it's the fact that now we have a freaking map will make this a lot easier. I say as I try to figure out. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any printed duty registrations. What? What do you mean that this cannot be? Am I going to be doing a bunch of different things again? I like how we have two new, like, oh shit moments. One of it is a bunch of scenes are going to play back to back, and you can't skip this. You might be able to see me? Is that truly Theresa? Huh? Oh, it's the Nomu. Beck luck. Hi, if it's full glad to see you, Helen Hole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise to have you back with us, and at the most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we're planning to produce a tome chronicling the events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon the records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts were the centerpiece of the tome, but yours will be one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute one chapter of The Soul, a subject that's key to understand much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the Spirit Festival, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the Rift, knowing that it will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask, but if you would indulge me with one just now. In your quest to restore the night, you face many formidable foes. Among them, who have offered you the greatest struggle? Which one? You know what? I'll be honest, Titania. Ah yes, Titania, the falling fairy king. Again, it's such a fiendish, playful opponent. I can well imagine even the warrior darkness must have struggled. But you succeeded in setting them free, and your victory proved the pivotal moment in your quest. We'll see that this features prominently in the tome. I know, but you love to talk your ear off, Morin, but maybe we should be on our way. The documents from your more won't collect themselves. Of course. Until next time, do tell the others. Overzealous friend. In particular, remind him not to. Okay, whatever. Bye bye. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, it's the kids. It's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I could give you some medicine. I made it myself. That's not Ricky. You only give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to give his advice. One of the guards finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know I want to be a mage, Krill isn't. Magic isn't my thing, so I think of taking up the axe or the sword, maybe the bow. They seem alright, but I have the size, so I think of asking Morin. He knows about a lot of things. Huh? No. He isn't here? Aw. Oh well, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think skills Ariki be best? Axe, sword, or bow? For protecting your friends, the sword. If you took up the sword, you could be just like Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow that book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thank you for helping me decide Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe something else later on. And when I get really strong, I can have a bout with you.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm not a junior, so hey, look at that. Such fun as she's been having back in the adoption of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglers. But she not a spare thought of me? Of course not. Oh, God. I waited and waited and waited, but she won't much acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though there's right here such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold, cruel, and heartless. Oh. Oh, I don't want to do that. Don't you think you have more important things to do, Your Majesty? I have no end of important tasks to attend to, but unlike some, I know when my priorities should be. And since when did my sapling become twisted old tree that says us unkind things? But disappointed as I am, I'll overlook it this once. I know you have a lot on your mind right now. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? Yeah, how do I know? Join as we are, spying you as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. One I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we faithfolk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so do we follow, such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you some pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here's ones you're waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits thee at the tale's end. Oh, there's Rain. My apologies for the delay. Teresa, it's so wonderful to see you again. Doubtless have much catching up to do, so I'll leave it to you. Take the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure.
Well, well, my dear. You make a rather nice plaything.
I'm relieved to hear that everyone's well. I have a feeling in pit in my stomach. I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken of Heidelin, not once ever heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. The past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then over the other night, I was jolt awake by the feeling that I had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went out to the window, and to my horror, the skies was ablaze, like during a star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary, so I began to wonder if this figment of my half-remembered dream. Teresa, what are you not telling me? Oh no. I know it. I have to know. Please, it doesn't matter how terrible it is. Basically, I accidentally started the end of days. But I won't say I started the end of days. I'll just kind of, like, leave that to chance. I know. It's funny. Every guy to get credit next to me. So it wasn't my imagination. The new moon Zamarot has come again. Can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. But don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now. Even if we weren't, we'd learn how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured that we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold until you find a way to save all the worlds. So soon you can continue your fight, and I too, unite in the purpose of blazing sky. Yeah. Okay. Can we go now? I got something. Wait, does that mean I'm on 86 quest? Yes, I am. Come on. Hope upon a flower. You headed to Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I've done some consulting of my own, and we spoke with Lena, decided how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Dawson. Wait, how am I going? I'm going the wrong way. I was looking more towards my chat box than I was with this. Give me the word. Proceed to the ocular? No.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
I kinda killed him. Started the final day. But only because Fandaniel. Technically, Fandaniel took the last blow. Hit the last blow. Did blow.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm gonna sit back and say I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less.
He had a bunch of sandals. They help you go first in combat. Oh, he did? Yeah, we're over here at Elidibus.
I saw you there. In Elpis.
Hmm?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
What do you mean, time?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear
fucking Zeal. It's Zeal to like a
Yet
fucking
even should
T.
you manage to interact with others,
Like, oh yeah,
you will be
this
unable
place
to
kind of looked
effect
like Zeal.
meaningful
Oh, we're not
change.
going to tell you what that means.
For the
We're not going to show
reality you
anything
wish
else
to
from
save,
this.
the reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot
It's
reshape
just-
the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to
In
look
full
down and
knowledge
the
of
world's
this,
going to be just full of like
will you still
snow.
entrust your life to
I
a
mean,
foe
it
and
isn't
make the
because it's
journey?
still during Amarat. I am so glad I fucking did Chrono Trigger this
Very
year.
well.
Just kind of like how I
shall
was glad
cast
to
you
do
unto
Final
the
Fantasy
river
IV,
of
just to
time.
kind of like, ooh, look at that reference.
Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded.
You're gonna
The
feel a
magic
little
should
woozy.
consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Whoosh! We're back to this again. Oh. Night Boss is doing this job of reminding you to drink. Reminding you to hydrate. So I don't have to. And reminding you can give me money for your donations. I did set up, I think, Stream Elements Pay, which allows it to be more than just PayPal. I'm not sure like what it accepts. Like wait for what? That always sucks. I was thankful that I think only once I got DC'd. And then as soon as I got DC'd, I logged back in and I was inside the game. I was like, okay, cool. Big. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it's possible to attune with it. Wait, shit. Despite attempts to the channel to focus the energy, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The man stands suitably for an aetherite-like device, a guide for the facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth's warned, it appears that your form is intangible. This is the right place, Propylaeon. Just by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon.
Two number 9s, a number 9 large.
You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but to feel nothing is as neither does she.
Cheese and a large soap.
I could. That totally is possible. I can hide. There is a butt inside. Butt. Huh? The remarkable large man wears a black robe and half mask, much like the phantoms you encounter in Marilatorium and the recreated Amaroth. It would seem like you made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly, and it's about a manner of greeting and obscenities. But the man does not much as glance at your general direction. Well, I guess I should go outside then. You suspect its door leads outside, but how to open it?
And here we are, Elpis.
Well, well. How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
That was La Habrea.
Who you are, perhaps. But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
You think? Or is that 80s? Yeah, no, that's Hades. Yeah, that's Emmett Silk down to a T.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Why is Fandaniel like a film?
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
I'm gonna follow you, dick.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Come on,
Why,
do
a
it.
dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant. You may open your eyes.
Oh, I'm kind of whole again. Thank you. And I'm huge!
Quite large, don't you think?
The size befits its proportions, though I personally wouldn't be averse to smaller.
No, this will suffice, I'm sure. Without further ado then. Greetings.
Oh.
I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine
Yeah.
name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words.
I would assume. I wonder how it is when
So
you're a
tell us,
Monofel. I
whence
wonder
have you
how
come?
I know I'm further than
The
Yozo.
thinness of your essence
Or at
suggests
least
you weren't
Yozo
created here.
streams. If Yozo streams this, I might go like see, like,
You do not
assuming
know?
that they've been
Or cannot
they've
say.
been holding off the past couple of days.
Allow me to ask a different question then.
I want to see this scene.
What
in, like,
brings
the
you
other-
here?
Yeah, I know. I seek a man named Hermes. I'm not bottom. Of odds. True. Yozo
Well now,
stopped after
the same as us.
where I stopped last
Perhaps
time.
Azim wished to come too, but had to
she
settle
also
for a
hasn't
familiar.
streamed in like the last couple days. And I'm wondering
If
if
she
like
truly wished
she's
to
been
be
doing it
here,
on her
then
own,
she would be.
or it's just been like I haven't had chances. Because
Right
I mean,
you are.
everybody who's been streaming 14 basically has next
My
to no
apologies if
time.
we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Fuck you.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The world unsundered. Yeah, no wonder why you wanted to like only show it in artwork. Banana.
This presence.
Oh my god, Exocolos!
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
You talking to me or are you talking about Hermes? This is home my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels like you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, let's begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts given shape to aether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of Architecture. As part of the process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for the in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you enjoy touring it as it is. Present, I will get a present. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he's also conducted his research. Chances are he'll be the main observation hub. Let us seek us out there first. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little bit too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile on his errand, so... You know how to make a robe? A basic concept will do. No. No? In that case, Emmett Selk? No, your whim, your responsibility. You're not getting another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes. You think he was nigh bottomless fountain magic. Well, I shall make a rope. Perhaps you can assist. Come on, let us search for a requisite material. I feel big. I don't know what it is about this, but I think it's the knowledge. Even though you are not actually bigger, it's the knowledge that your Amarosian size makes you feel bigger than what you normally would be. Yes, these creatures suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture. Shall 2 Paralidine? There are 3 species here. I believe any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you need to weaken the Paralodia first, so good luck. Why? You fucking dick. Is it... Do they not know? You're not supposed to kill it, you dumbass. You're supposed to fucking... God, I swear, some people can't even read a quest. No wonder why they were the first one in and first one out. Oh, God. Or second one in and first one out. If this motherfucker comes this way and tries to... there. 89 quests. Oh, you're almost done, it seems like. Maybe, at least. Ah, you captured the Palaludia. Come, let us see. Yeah, I had trouble because one dipshit decided to kill them. Ah, these are fine fellows who do not see it. Now for a good sport of revision. There, it is ready. It's not fancy, but whatever. Eternal living beings in clothing, just... Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to the constituent aether first. Unless you wonder why as for 2 species, the difference is due to the differences in their etheric balance. Blending them will allow us to produce a much superior etheric stability. Well, good and disguised and educated, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it's to spare you unwanted attention from the casual observers. Emmett Silk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual attire would be plain for those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best simply to say that you're a familiar. Question is whose? Of course, Azim's. It seems like you belong to her. People would give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For the lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Do I have to wear it, or do I have to? For the benefit of where we are. Yes, I guess I am technically now an honorary Asian. You're ready. Let us continue along the path to Agnorosis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone's there to be able to point us in the right direction of Hermes. Yeah, I would assume so. Agnostic observer. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mass, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there would be a visitation. Between you and us is something of surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be conducting observation as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you to find him in one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythalodeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by using his aether? Aye, that I could. And you don't, because? You know well Imitselk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly and from a great distance. With his skills, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt like that would be a wasted opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we gained this insight into Olympus and the man in charge of it. This is as much as for your own enjoyment, like it is not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. Just so you know, it's because we're in Olympus that we don't have our own cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance. I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Oh, there's some pools.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
Yeah, kind of low.
You were of the convocation?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I need to see
I
some.
haven't, as you say. I judged it too
Wheels
early.
are turning
She's
in
a
my
pet project
head.
of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters.
Something's super bugging me. I'm gonna go out on the limb. Hold on. It'll take me a second. As we've seen Heidelin, even when we see her out and about, we don't see wings on her fucking head. This is the Amano art from 14, At a Realm Reborn. This is the Amano art Well, I mean, it's blurry. The mono art from Endwalker. Both times it shows feathers on the head. There's a part of me that thinks that something is going to It's just giving me great things. Big things. Biggest thinkus.
By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder.
It's just one of those big
I
things.
shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
And their mastoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Watch over them.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
It seems that Hermes and Metron has found their quarry, a creature known in this day as a Mystoma. And yet it's been safely extracted from the tree. Hermes appears to find himself in quite the predicament. The ambassador, Hermes saw it high in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. You need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now please, for your own safety, stand back. Own safety, stand back. Okay. Is he going to do some... Oh. I thought he was going to do some cool flip. But no. That's not called a cool flip. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Metron. Both you and, the Razio Wormheld, you're called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I forgot about the other about his fellas. Oh, truly, what a relief. I must thank him, Miss Selk and Hyde Days when I return to them, but first, with distractions out of the way. As Chief Officer Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you enjoy your time here. We mustn't keep the others awaiting. Come, let us return to the Anagorsius. So I wonder what happens to this facility in modern day. Is it underneath Labyrinthos? Labyrinthos day. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas were safe and sound. I will presently send them back to their space if you would like to go ahead with the main building. Upon entering, you'll see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may be able to speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I have important things to say to him as well.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
Yassians wear, like, black robes, so it kind of...
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I'm sorry, I didn't, well, perhaps we can go for a walk. Let's just choose the actual main villain of all this. It's like this one little creation is what spiraled out of control. Hermes got sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I am sad too. That's how I am, how he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, I'll teach you. I can teach you. We can take turns. I'll tell you something, and you tell me something. Okay. Sounds like fun. I bet it will be. Where to start? Oh yes, let's talk Mimon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Mimon is. So I'll have him explain instead. Ah, an Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or the other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. And what do we have here? Though you look like a person, you have a remarkably large and robust physique. I assume you're familiar, like median. Is there something you need? That is Theresa. Would you teach her about Elpis? Ah, new arrival familiar, is she? Very well, then we should go into the introduction to a fair facility to us. As you know, it's mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of duty, we employ creation methods to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for that would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing and determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subject to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise their habitats whether be suitable, and speculate as to the effects that may have on the environment and other species. Should they be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take place in this world. The two of you, too, were created in the hopes of making the star a better place, so would you heed your masters and dwell and be good, don't you hear? Well, we will, Minon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Okay. Where did you come from? I'll say a place that's facing a great threat. There is such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I feel it. Oh, my power, I haven't told you about it. The creation, let's find the creation. One that's not being watched. Now I'll explain my power. Yeah. Right here. Oh, hey. Brigands. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? Aren't those Spriggans? Oh no, we call them Orelay. There are many. If there are many, if it's just one, we say Orelay, Oreas. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes we run out of concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. That's Shoebill. Look at the Shoebill. Oh, this creation is just perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyways, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you into your mind, but rather you are converting my emotions into words and intentions. a process performed constantly by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, ever should we communicate via unknown languages or nonverbal means. That's partially the echo. As a consequence, I'm clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I'm struggled to expert myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they wish to hide. I harbor no affliction for you, one that's difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, leaving to want to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Hey, good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting. Punch thing. Good. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. Build. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. Let's see, Yuang next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west side now. No. Guess is this one. Well, if it's a Matian, you see, brought a friend today. Greetings, Yorante. What, an apple. Can you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to say River Theresa. Candied apple. Hermes sure is partial to them, but you know you can't eat Matian. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but due to your inability to share other feelings, you've taken to Hermes' likes as your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Theresa, I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask you about yours, but I failed. I will tell her what I like. Oh, that's what you like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. It makes me happy, too. Thanks for sharing with me, Theresa. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes finished talking, too. Shall we go and see? Well, this isn't a bird like that. Jubills are not quack. They don't quack, I don't think. So, hey, I can see firsthand that I'm good. Daisy wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one would be any of use. I don't know why it kind of puked in my mouth a little bit, but eh. I do appreciate keeping Metian company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finish? Hardly. Requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emitselk and Hythalitus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you could come too? I am compelled to remind you that she is no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet her at the Prylothian. Since there's no guarantee that this matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. I see the joy in her presence being Metian. I cannot imagine my own mysterious friend harbors Melissa's intent. Teresa is kind, really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming too, of course, to worst Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. Everyone is ready, and there's a few creations I need to check up on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambrosia. Care to have everyone walk around the hub? There may be unlikely creatures walking about. Not yet. Oh. For some of them. And this area is huge. 87, 86, 87. Yeah. This is another one of those zones that I'm pretty much going to only be in. This here is a new species of Petroloda that we originally set loose. It has been doing well. We managed to maintain a stable existence thus far and see its observation period to end without issue. We shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that it can endure on its own. The beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneous born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much we might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it's considered an arcane entity. So you see, it's not for mankind to decide what is living. The domain lies beyond our manipulation, and its hubris is to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I recently report that arcane entities have gathered there. Oh, you mean those things? Yes, lightning pneuma, this is reported. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it sees an eternal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws pneuma from here to replenish their ether. Appears that meter in is busy. Would you care to assist me instead and feed the pneuma? Using this lightning converter, you can harness the ambient lightning and force it into a ball. A venerable feast for our dazzling fiends. Go on, give it a try. Feed these. Target met. Right here. What do you mean target met? Let me try from this end. Wait. Use the lightning convergence to create balls of lightning. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. I go ahead and use light for near the pneumo. They harness the enemy landing focus into a ball. Feast. Okay, away from it? I feel stupid. Oh, I'm supposed to target... Fuck off. Okay. I was supposed to target those. Perfectly done, Theresa. Look. Nom nom nom. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite lack of words? The beast is not the sole divine characteristic of a thinking, feeling creatures, nor is silence an indication that it does not possess those qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as a pneuma or inferior life forms such as the Petalodia. All seek to perpetuate their existence to survive. If Metian a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but its ultimate falls to the Bureau of Architects' past judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hytholodias, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Don't worry, my dear. They miss nothing of note, and still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we'll head to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Let's see, here we go. Oh, I know what this is. It's a gabu. What do you call it this point in time?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
If I kill this one now, in Midphilia will never die.
How are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by
Yeah, we
Hamish
get it.
alchemical theory.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
Even though it's related to feelings.
And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Netion?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far.
No, I'm not.
Were we able to control it?
I'm just listening.
We could open the door to limitless
I'm just not reacting to you
possibilities.
throwing things.
'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Well, I've been known to try and see my limit with nothing but...
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Shut up. We didn't even LB3
The deficit of ether
with
alone
you.
does not an Entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
I have the power of only when...
And limited
only
though
when
its
somebody
influence may
rates
be,
me.
this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Kill Hades again.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Now I get pants. Not that I or anybody else would make it if it was new, but it irks me to discover that it's an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there were none among the 14 who specialized in the Celestial. He would make a welcome addition, assuming he can persuade it to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Well, what do you specialize in? Oh ho, you wish to know why Emma Silk was chosen for the convocation? Well, I'd be so glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you forget, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misprint youth is not your concern. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Amperlius to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long before it's released into the wild. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charbitus? That's why I need to tend next. If you'd like to follow me, my friends, we shall remain to the main isle and head north. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up doing this off stream as well, so. But never hurts. I mean, we've already got some side quests. None of them are ether ones. How many? I mean, this is a big zone. Yeah, same as it ever was. Oh, those things, Swana. Fucking things popping up in Bismarck. I understand you have a problem with these things. Yeah, that's right. As you know, Charbitus is based upon a sea creature. Owing to the adjustments that enhance the affinity to wind, is capable of flight. The specimen was created out of the concept that all could fly without issue, but problems arose in subsequent generations. The third generation creation was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origins were really asserting itself, it would seem. The result is affinity to wind is diminished. It cannot fly, no matter how hard we try. We can't get it rise above a simple beginning. Thus, change to manifest in a few generations are affected to unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will avert the creatures and recommend the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance and leans towards water, Charbus would be indeed struggle to manipulate the wind. It is too early to conclude that it cannot fly, having failing at first, it may simply develop the fear. I shall transform and fly with it, with helping in manipulating until it finds its wings. What? You don't mean to go to such lengths? You don't know? Of course not. Transformation is an art which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, it allows one to assume any conceivable form, and therefore transcends the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, an uncouth and unseemly running around robeless, shameless. And I understand that you make a habit of this. Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield wind and fly. And it may seem excessive, but what shame do we have in live our lives as these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. But that, be that as it may. Yes, I believe I was in myself. May I trouble you to move that Charbus away from his fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I see, but I would like to spare you need to report to colleagues that her music committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Silk is out of sight? Good, let us speak of the plan. In a stroke of genius, really, we have Silk to train the Carabus. Aside from being able to fly when transformed, he can readily see aether currents. And being adept in spellcraft, he is also able to employ suitable wind magics to guide the creatures along. And while he's indeed incapable of all you described, it's not his duty I'm loath to trouble with. Don't be, as I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With this settled, let us begin at once. Theresa, I want you to go to Silk and tell him that you have a favor to ask. He would be disinclined to cooperate at first, but he mustn't be discouraged. But for our friend, the tricks would be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go, and good luck. With Chat and Simone, you have to say I have a favor to ask. God. I already had to do this for a bloody side quest to get flying in the moon. The fact that they finally did it for a main storyline quest again. Damn it. Damn it all. How dare you, video game.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
Yes, they have. Oh, what are you Well, are you preparation for the scheme and not the scheme is complete? Oh, yeah. You didn't see me misspell that. Oh, no, you don't. I am not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hython is up to, but I'll not be made to know. I refuse. If Hython is to believe this relentless incident may serve to or with Chat may say, please Emmett Selk, to plead with Emmett Selk. Please. Shit. Oh, I didn't have the space. Please. Him itself. There we go. It was a fucking... Alright.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Be buddy with him.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Fine. Hey, look! It's the Shadowbringer's mount.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even.
I can't follow this shit.
Quite
we went back
when
in
it comes to
time
manipulating ether, for
to
example.
when
Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so.
Ascians were the world was whole.
What good is the ability to
kind
perceive
of
a
figure
problem
out
if one cannot
what
act to address it?
really kind of happened, I think. Or to
Emet-Selch
figure
has
out
no
what
such shortcomings.
the whole thing with Elpis
He excels
and
in
everything.
vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree.
And in the past, they wear the
If there
cloaks
is a mage
because
more powerful, I do
individuality
not know of
bad.
them.
Even Chrono
Thus
Trigger
did
had,
I recommend
Chrono
him for the
Trigger's
office in
entire
my
thing
stead.
is
And I wasn't the only one.
all about time
Far
travel.
from it.
I mean, for fuck's sake, I wouldn't
Countless
say modern
others
Square
vouched for
Enix
his
game.
skill
Like,
and
even Final
character.
Fantasy 1 has time
People
travel.
the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping
Yeah.
hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end, But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Yeah. It did. Oh.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Alright, we did that with that. I want that out. Stop targeting him! Oh, wave. Oh, God. Alright, we just have to do it, there it is. Emerging from his whatever. Emissac knows you and begin to sit with the whatever. The blah blah. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Theresa and I can relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needs some small assistance at first, but as soon as it was flying more or less on its own, I doubt you need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar, the flies. Indeed, with this we proved that even a creature with skewed ether balance is capable of flight. Although we helped to achieve this, the Carbarus is a herd animal. They might as well aid their struggling kin like a fashion if a need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. It is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hopping to an idealistic possibility come to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That said, we could first guarantee the abnormalities in this specimen are never born in the first place. The creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to Agnosis for now. Give me whoops, no, I don't want you. Give me pants, Emmett Silk. Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way you could have done with a payment of business. Tell me, is in course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seems promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious as such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The, Ilkion, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner to release another one for observation, they set upon a nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I fear it might have I just fed them myself, and the occupiers were keeping wide berth. It's the nature of the equivalent to the brain, the innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Although it may not be suited for release, I no doubt that the Bureau would accept this concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of this incident? Just a path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see on the left. I don't know if Doris is still here, however. Hermes, wait! If it's part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. I think I get it. Like, why would you be so preoccupied of bringing everybody back from Zodiark if their Aether is composed of Zodiark? And it's so they can return to the star. Like, they can't kill Zodiark because Zodiark would have unmade whatever their progress was. So they have to get substitute. And then people can, like, return to the star, which is their entire grand thing. It makes a little bit more sense because it's not like they're giving them back. Because those are the people who can, but because they can't return. The laceration and burns are mistakable. A Lycon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must be taken away. This man made his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Silk and I will search the area for a good message to make sure the Lycon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go ahead. Please follow Theresa. Come on now. It's just a path over the ridge. There it is, 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doris. Let's look for Doris too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know when I see him. Metrian is following you again. The little girl is now following you yet again. Well, that's a dark-haired man. Oh, I can attune. Whoops. Forgot to attune in the center square. Well, blonde-headed man. Long? Also, you're not blonde. Yo, the Doris. Well, now, if it's a Meteoron, what brings you here? As I thought, I heard a familiar voice. I didn't realize you two have been decided for me to search for Doris. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycanos, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints, frenzied as words, but I couldn't return them to whatever. Once I submitted my report, I will see them revert without delay. It's as he said, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're the one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you're concerned as you were. We heard the news that the Lycion slaughtered Occupets. Is the observer in charge your opinion that are not fit to be released? I am. Their normal aggression and exceptional strength makes them a highly problematic combination. It matters not whether they're released. Lycans would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that these specimens observe as an outlier? Highly unlikely. We created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin to fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory configuration system. The chief himself created it. Allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environment conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending upon the intensity of etheric emissions. Pastra may wish to have words with you. Yeah. Rest assured, I keep all valuables within prescribed limits and prevent misuse. Its applications are limited to authorities with the chief overseer. Do not misunderstood. The manipulation of subject memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know its distinctions concern you, but we must not lose sight of hope. Lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we make it. If a creation is deemed too detrimental to existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such a routine process. I don't want flies, though. I understand these things, I do. I would never think about to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet the insignificant, though the individual lives may be next to all creation, it's all Lycanos have. Before we seal their fates, we owe to those beings to exhaust all options to ensure nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend in discussion that MSL may be carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them the meeting room. Give me shoes. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. Now can I have... No, I can't have it. I fear my discussion might take a while, during which time... Mitian, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Theresa. Love as though I'm interposed, may I leave Mitian in your care again? Count on me. I mean, you're dead now, if you excuse me. Can you help me with something, Theresa? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes like flowers the most. The creation is Elpis. Most creation is expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But the flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions and what we feel and what we want to convey. Hermes is like that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Once again, she's accompanying you. Well, that's a tree in blossom. What about this one? Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn a tree. Ooh, big and bright. I love them, but they might be too bright. You might think of the recipient, and that's what Hermes said. What about this slendered one? A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck back to look for flowers. No flowers. If they were apples, we can cover them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed. They're a mix of colors forming a pattern. This would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in, which means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Yeah. I feel wonderful knowing that I can't. I don't want nipple wings. Familiar plant. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a cornea flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Theresa. Spotting flowers, we'll find some soon. That motherfucking plant's always shooting fucking flowers at me. Exactly. You spy nothing promising right nearby. At best, a color looking grass and a few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah, over there, Theresa. Something big, huge. You mean near the Marlborough? Maldronus grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is these Marlborough-like creatures before you. It's an Adonis. The things around his mouth look like pearls, but the flowers on his head are the orbs on his head. When Hermes inspects it, it swallows him up. He doesn't even leave his room for days. What do you think, Theresa? Would he like it? No. I'd rather not go near the thing. So not this one either. Finding good flowers is harder than I thought. Sorry, Theresa. Could we search a little more? Maybe it's over the fields up there. I'll pick something, I'll promise. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. That shiny thing over there, what could it be? Ah! Those are those flowers. Elpis. Oh, Elpis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're whatever. Like me, they have feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. Others, they're always white and bright. Why would they turn ashen gray? Really, the flower was dark in your home? Then you have it too? A dark emotion? I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. Yeah, I dare say I have a few. Anxiety, the big one. I see. Hermes has felt the same, a shortness of breath, the walls closer and closer, but only him. No one else feels it. Please, Theresa, would you lend them to me? Your doubt and anxiety? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. That others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it? Thank you, Theresa. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. I like how it still costs money. Even though it seems like in this society you wouldn't have money. Yeah, I can. And why would it be able to take my money?
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yep, we were waiting.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make
I
it
go
a better
fast. I know,
place.
he ran away. He ran away so fast.
And yet,
just so he can
in
go and
carrying
eat his
out my
own shit.
duties here,
Guess that's what
there are
hedgehogs
times
do.
when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished.
Hello.
We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense
Damn.
to wait.
That's a weird dream.
Rage and anguish and cower and fear.
Look at that cat.
And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always,
Ew.
always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Elpis, or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you.
Well, in a way, he did.
To know
well,
that you too have experienced
a part of his soul did.
Is a comfort.
It's that. Oh, I can tell you all about the suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Is that
It's
why the
getting rather
Loprits
late.
know of some worlds?
We had best find our beds.
Yeah, I have
It would not do
eyeballs.
for both of us to be
shit.
sleep deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
What was that? Did the raid notice work? No, it did not. I guess not. Sometimes things don't work, but hello, Gamer X. We're in the middle of like 14. We're doing a lot of things. There it went. Hello. Yeah, I guess it just didn't want to work that time, but hello. It's just how it works. Otherwise, but welcome. We're in the zone that that Yoshi P teased with just an image. So if you don't want spoilers, then you don't have to. But we're here with Emmett Selk in his youth. So yay. As Emmett Selk and Hythalotus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of Lyconius. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. We just finished Blood Fables. See, I need to play that because I heard that it was a good Paper Mario clone. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycanos were disrupted their natural order, ravaging, consuming their species until they made themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild and cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architects to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose, hazardous life form, I can't pronounce half of these words. Hyphalotheus has pledged support of me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existence of Lycones have served their purpose. I still even don't know what they are. Doris has already isolated the creatures and preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to the study. If you are resolved, then we have nothing, but we have to accompany you. Yes. Of course, let us be off. We will return to the main island. I forgot to grab the teleporter board, which I will make do in grabbing the teleporter this time around. You know what's great part? Yeah, you never. Yeah, odds. Yeah, I don't think Vieira exists yet. The Loprits might. Do you think they like? Did Heidelin look at like the Vieira and think that I can make Loprits from that, or did the Loprits come and it made that? Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, I don't even know. They kind of look like Fenrir. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Yes, we've only met like one bunny boy. Pretty early on. Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with their ethereal shackles, but they've become frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I count 4. The other 3 must have escaped. I see them. 2 have taken the air above the 12's wonders. The last one is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Theresa handled that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. Yeah, if that's how it is, it must end. Distant, so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Mitian, you are to stay here with Doris. But Hermes, the Lycanos must be reverted. I will spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but you intend on helping, then please follow my lead. Boom, boom. Yeah, we met one bunny boy, and every other bunny boy I've seen has been just player characters. I don't even know if I've seen as many cat boys, though. I'm pretty sure the great apocalypse of bunny boys is pretty much at the end, or cat boys is at the end. Greatly appreciate your help, and the llama is necessary. Yes, Melviera was only a thing that just happened. In fact, there's only one more past that, which is the they still want to make female Hrothgar, or what is the Ronso, but that's supposed to be for later on. It's funny within the story how they have to get around like the Hrothgar in the first place, because it's like, oh yeah, I had a wife, then she died. Here's, you know, let's talk about the queen. Well, we had to replace the queen with basically a Rogan handmaiden for the story. Bunny boys are at least, you know, make sense in the grand scheme of you're not going to find a lot of just, you know, you weren't going to find a lot of like bunny, like important bunny people. But when you design an entire race to have a queen, and that queen has like a royal guard, and that queen is also the one that is basically the one that gave rise to a job within 14. It kind of sucks. Yeah, there aren't as many Melviera as females, but not anymore. No. That doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like how Eorzea is actually supposed to be the majority of them are supposed to be elves in Eorzea, but like the actual population, because the player base leans heavily more towards the cat people, which are the Mikotes, and
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
I think, yeah, Mikotes end up being like one of the most popular and
your kin find peace.
I think we had this discussion a couple weeks ago of like the population.
Wherever your souls may drift
like,
in the underworld.
Not just number of created characters, but like
may you
active
find tranquil
characters.
Seas.
No serious on.
Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Well, yeah, I mean, glasses are probably going to be popular. Especially, like, I think even the Nero glasses, the ones that I have, are kind of popular as well.
Join the convocation, Hermes.
Do it.
You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
What do I have, Avalon? Multiple kinds of green genes? Yes, there is 2 different of green on my body. How observant of you, Avalon.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
I still don't feel like we're getting closer to the answer I came here to find. It's supposed to be a combination of like the blue and green. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when it hardly leaves us. Yet never have a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must be like to experience such torment? Thank you for the gloves. Wow, we're at 87? Quest, oh, we're actually getting close. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before I leave, we should be glad you showed your way. Hermes did not refuse his position in convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, we might as well resume my assessment. If I cannot accompany him, then I will be content with myself questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain as your humble guide. And what of you, Thrace? Will you continue along with us? Yes, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the exact coloration. Yeah, I do. I do have that. I do have it in the colorations and stuff like that. Let me double check this one. What? Wait, no, I don't want to go to say. No, this isn't giving me a... Okay, so there's at least one quest here. I need to make notes. One quest right there. And we do still have some stuff up here. Too cool to scroll. Damn. Avalon's too cool for school. Sitting back and, chewing gum outside, hands folded, is his leather jacket, pompadour. From here we follow the path northwest to Notonius. They would find one of the teleports which facilitates travel between the Isles of Elipis. First-time travelers may be accompanied by someone with a requisite position when a privilege may be granted. We only need to use the device together at once. Henceforth, we will use it freely. Well, I need to go back and grab that the Aetherite. Also, this does seem to be islands I can only reach with flying mount. Yeah, a lot of it used to be combat. Well, like a lot of the combat quests are like side quests. And it used to be that, and the way I used to do it was, you would do you would just pick up the main quest and then do it until you couldn't do it, because eventually they will say, hey, you need to be this level, a lot higher. Oh my god, it's one of those. Nowadays, well, with the main storyline quest of this one, they said they'll make sure there's enough experience so you can level one job all the way from 80 to 90. But at the same point in time, I'm much higher in my levels, just because I've done a few roulettes. The other way to get through it faster was, you just hit up the latest dungeon.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Hmm?
Right then. Let's begin by...
What do you mean, Oh, it's one of those.
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
It's a crystal. Okay. Oh no. Huh?
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
It's like, rare is the day when we don't
first,
see
they
a
were
new
largely orthodox.
a shark
Consideration
girl
given
on
to
my
such things as
timeline.
size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion.
Some gave it tits. Oh.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Benar, that we should meet you here.
I think I've seen it way back then, but I don't remember anything
earlier,
from it.
the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
What?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus.
You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Does it protect you from being a wait. Sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
Hey, I'm a time traveler. Yeah, I kicked your ass, Emmett.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I cannot prevent the timelines from splitting.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Even though we kind of already done that within the game once. By the sheer fact that Graha did it.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Actually, all three of you have, in a way, aided me.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I can't.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Oops, oh my God.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Okay, let's talk. My apology before we move along. Colleague has tasked me with a matter rather than not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick finger Aureus remained off with it. Oh, I think it might be been the culprit with being distracted by with the business in the shark. Would you mind following this ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us to only Aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped it. That's the crystal away, if you speak. Please, would you help search as well? Many thanks. Small bridgeless protein Oricus. Let's meet us there. Yeah. We're finally at the 67 quest. So I feel like sometime after I get back from this is when I go into the next dungeon. Well, it has to be some... Well, that person's over here, so If that person's going over here, does that mean... Oh, it's an aether current, never mind. I was like, if that person's going over here, does that mean that person was going over here because they failed to do a trailing mission again? Game needs to stop doing trailing missions. Maybe it's up here. Where could you be? Where could you? Ah, there it is. Haha, I found it before the Asians did. Actually, what does Asian mean at this point? Because, I mean, Amarat was the capital. And they're sometimes referred to as the Ancients. Are they just specific followers of Zodiark and they just call themselves that? Because the Letibus was like, what would Zodiark like to call us? And it's like, ass? Our last searchers returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal. No one was able to find it. Did you fare any better? I found it. Well done. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging on my mind. Would you have a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching going hand in hand. Travel often then, and it seems we have something in common. Long ago when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the stars in search for answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That's what's helped me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested. My opinion is sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help that locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is. The one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? I'm now 89. There is no way I can not get to 90 of how everything is. Thank you so much for your timely help. Now then, it's time I return the stolen property. If you would like to go on ahead and meet to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I've tended to the task. Follow this path straight ahead to the building on top of the slope. I have an entire place to myself, so we can speak of fear of being disturbed or disturbing others. Okay, so we're 70% way through. I think I'll carry on until what is basically going to be returning to Charlian, which I assume is going to be after dealing with everything here. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Time to play answers.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
I'm about to retreat something
Now
stupid,
then,
but fine.
will you tell us your tale?
In the future I came from, a calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Amrot. Oh yeah, and then the 83 one. And then, I don't know, Final Days.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
What do you mean?
Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn?
Time loop?
Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures.
Time loops. You gotta close the time
Then
loop.
there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Unless your duty was to act like that. That's the
Selk,
only thing.
Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Let me put it like this. We only know that Vanat was supposed to be the heart, but we never see that Vanat becomes the heart. What if somebody else took up the mantle? But then again, they said that was her name, so... I'm starting to become a slightly like, okay, game. You have some time to make...
Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
You know, when I sit back and say the Lady in White was Vanat, I at least was correct. At least by what was shown. Like, yeah, that girl's definitely Vanat. At least I was correct in that regards.
Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Okay, Vanat. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know which was common knowledge, thus I say we fall back into the tired and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who came here will certainly tell us more of Hermes and Metian, and have a good idea where we might begin. I think I'm just going to go until we get out of the zone. That way I can at least block flying for the zone. See that woman standing in front of you on the building? Her name is Isamine. She's the only one who made arrangements for Mr. Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held position here for quite some time. Chances she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help draw out answers if need be, but the topic's up to you. I mean, this building? Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have none other pressing duties. You can't skip this event because we need to deal with things. Greeting is Mene. Oh, wait, what shit. Certainly missing anything could be a service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he's an authority on flying forms and expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would one describe him as a person, as a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved, you might say, occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer here. Hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? How long has Metian been here? I cannot rightly say. As chief personal creation, Metian has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand she's highly unusual, familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I'm not at the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. You trust him? I beg your pardon. I know the Chief Hermes for many years, but I cannot say we're close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties. Is that what you mean? Forgive us. We seem to veer slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone who could tell us more about Metian? Well, that would be Timaeus? He has a similar expertise with finding concepts and more eager to discuss the subject. We find him conducting his observation on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you have particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We'll keep that in mind. Take note of it. Is there aught else you can need during your stay? Please do not hesitate to ask. Come, we must make for Isane's, make up for Isane's time, or whatever. Ah. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I should continue making inquiries within the resident observers. If you could track down the colleagues Isane mentioned. Although I feel compelled to take the reins of the previous conversation, your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answer you seek. All in all I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. Timmy. Speak with Timmy. Let's see. There was one right there. There's still one down here. Oh. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You're startling the birds. You cannot skip this event, so... So, what do you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert in flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in. We can discuss the points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love for avian artistry can be traced back when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden feathered creature my father had designed. It was then that I had vowed one day to surpass that masterpiece. Hermione launched into rambling and unstoppable discourse. And thus did I secure an observation role here in Elpis. And my last realization, my childhood ambition, here are the dreams I have once dreamed in everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through research and creation of new flying life forms. No, it'll be fine. It's probably it's probably goes not by Back to the Future rules, but by what's the other one? It's everything either rules by Back to the Future or it rules by something else, where it's like this event was supposed to happen. An abridged recounting of events was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there anything specific you would probably expound upon? You were hoping my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations, then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and grateful, are ever the favorite creators. Even now, so many varieties exist, and the flood of newly imagined concept continues unabated. What's where the Chief's creations apart, however, is they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless skies in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance in the form of all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Yes, Bruce, a lot of my streams these past, since Friday, have been 5+ hour streams. Trying to get through this. Understand, I'm on the level 60, oh sorry, no, the level 87 quest, in which the game is going from 80 to 90. And I've been mostly doing the main storyline on stream. Metian 2 is a marvel then. I don't know. I'm putting in the effort. I want to get this done by the week's end, so I can start Christmas stuff. My opinion on that matter is to be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Mitian as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that you have the gift for communicating via emotion, but otherwise your abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Mitian's concept to the Bureau of Architect, then the design will be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is, well, frowned upon, to say it the least. Of course, if you came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. I mean, do you know of Dynamis and Etil, whatever? Dynamis and Intelliix? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here with Elpis that can observe the properties of one another? It must be the centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been any resurgence in the interest? Then why bring it up the subject? I'm flattered that you saw my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I must really return to my observations. Surely you've your own tasks to attend to. There's a big ass egg. No, I wasn't born from an egg. I was turned into a lizard. No. Good timing. I finished my own investigation not long ago. Show you new findings? Well, he hasn't submitted the thing. I see even an expert in the field had little understanding of Mitian's capability, let alone awareness of Dynamis. The question resulted in much more the same areas. Hermes' colleagues view Mitian as his personal project, and provide no details beyond those which he just told me now. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here, but more information is needed if we were to reach any definite conclusions. Oh, hell. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the whatever, which can control it. And yet, the most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone studying them in any depths, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I'm inclined to stay our current course, and we learn what we can with Chief Overseer is familiar. On that subject, was there anything else to note that you can tell me of Mitian, aside from our unorthodox method of communication? Well, she and her sister were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. At any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings are hers traveled to great expense and served with deeper meaning. Thank you, though the mystery at hand remains unresolved. I feel like you touched a vital clue, one we should keep in mind when we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Preparatia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. No, actually I've never played Gex. Gex is probably one of those things that I need to play eventually on stream. I'm assuming all of these are floating and I can't really get to them. Or I have to... No, I can't. Tower and the one further along are both part of Preparatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive the Elpis observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason why we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what the two archives have to share. If you can find someone to speak with over the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You know, since I'm not going to Fathom here, and I don't want to be a bother again to those. Hold on. Gabriel. We'll go back to using Gabriel. You have a question for me? Certainly. Just a moment when I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of these behaviors, we should have them sophisticated for our official records. Now, what was he wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? By that I mean, you mean, Metarian. Metarian? I forget. Those undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly what Metarian appeared, only that she now spends most of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale of my dearest Ghislaine shared with me. Ghislaine is my partner and fellow researcher here at Elpis. She was returning one night from when she caught the sight of Chief Hermes sending Metian heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene and wonder, describing as one of the most beautiful spectacles she ever witnessed. It sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanar, I thought you already returned from the surface. Permit me to thank you again for an invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As for you, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me for a retelling of the side they were so delighted for whatever? Of course, you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing the surface in Mebathos Thalassy. She does enjoy her time in there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such a sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity of Mistress Vanar, even though such pursuits must continually regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. It is well deserved after long ado, I think, having greatly re-prospered in wisdom that you accumulated on your travels as Ezem. Would that Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as a basis for many techniques still used today. Man is a creature of completion, but nobody embodies that nature as much as enduring passion as you are. I dare say it is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Ghislaine in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives. It would take you up to skyward and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I've opened a path to the Skyway. Once you've passed through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance in the upper tier. Upon arriving in the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you'll find yourself at the entrance of Metabausius Thalassy. Galen will be your hereditary tale. Do I actually have to walk all the way there, or are they just going to teleport me? No. Passing through? Yeah, let's go up. No, I don't. Alright. Mr. Vanar, I was not suspect. Oh, we prepared the official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Ghislaine, if that's might be arranged. Yes, Galen, of course, I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she might be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in something of a wait. Shall I let you know your business is urgent? It won't be necessary. The lovely view would keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. Which means we get a little cutscene. Which is why there's a bunch of people here. Because there's a cutscene.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
In some places. Thavnir's pretty cute. Some parts yet, the others not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Oh, God.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Damn. I once met this guy named Hildebrand. And it's like, oh no.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Well, Nightbot doesn't want to be famous. Nightbot wants you to give me money.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue.
That didn't give me
to know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
She has.
And amidst it all,
actually not really. Because the world has kind of changed in the, I don't know, 12,000 years.
Like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
Hey, remember that
Perhaps
Xenos was in this game?
Is still waiting for
because
it.
I just realized that Xenos was in this game for like the first act and then kind of just disappeared.
Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Yeah, disappeared in the first act, I know.
Pray forgive my lateness.
What?
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did.
It's like
It was in the
answer to
dark of the
Yoshi
morn.
P.
I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Well, it's like I just watched some things pop out of existence because the camera panned. Okay. Oh no. So another piece of puzzle falls in place from what we've learned so far. I think we can safely conclude Hermes hasn't been revealing details of his search to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more possibly. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to find why, or even if, he decided to desire such a tale of her fate on our star. I should like to visit the site where Hermes set forth Mitia. If we're fortunate, we might find some hint on what drives the research of his. Galeen says he spotted him in the southeast, where it's the isle she could see from the edge. They stand on the same vantage point. We should provide for the. Let's just go. We still have no quest of flying. I bet you're going to mount the dog again. Oh, never mind. We don't have to mount the... Wait. No, okay. No, that's not a bridge. Vantage point. If people are still here, that means that there's a cutscene. Which means I might need to... Yeah, this is a non-talkie. Now, if we're conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Over there. Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. No. Inconvenient but hardly insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Yep, it's time to mount the dog again. My friend would you mind creating a double to carry Theresa over here to the island? Woof woof. Stubborn creature. There's no place in this great star if we have not together traveled. Yeah, he still remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has a rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, oh, your before means mine after, not all confusing that. Interesting, 'tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should be able to convince Argus that you're worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in battle. You seem doubtful, but useful lessons or not, it is certainly a moment to remember. A memory in the distant past to terrors. What say you, traveler out of time? And if this memory turns out to be a bad one? That's up to you, isn't it? A lost would sting that you better win. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I await you at the clearing over yonder. It's time to fight. You know, at least this place doesn't have some weird queen. Oh, this is a duty. Hopefully this duty doesn't take long. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'm not going to go easy on you. Pulls me down to 88, too. Can't be that high.
Let neither side hold back.
What?
My blade sings!
You're lucky I can't be 90, so I can't do my cool blades.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
A dancer? Too bad I can't even change jobs in the middle of combat like this.
No quarter.
It'd be nice to just like, as the fight goes on, just, you know, fuck with it.
Have a taste.
Oh god.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
What are you gonna do now? Okay. White mage, sure.
Prepare yourself.
Oh god. It's after me. The AoEs are after me. I don't know how far this is gonna push me back. Oh, it pushed me back to the edge. Oh, I've seen this pattern so many times before. Jesus.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
It's fine. I got this, so I can just go bop, bop. And now I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, wait, there's another one? God, Wrecker Scat is not at a good level. No fish. It's fine. She hasn't gotten a single thing yet. She didn't get a single drop of ether.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
You did no damage. Oh god, you did all the damage.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Okay. It is a little bit, because it reminds me of all those weapons.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As
I
is
wonder
yours.
if we're ever going to
Tis
see
plain
ourselves.
you have weathered considerable hardship.
Like,
Far more
what do
even
we
than your
look
tales
like
would
whole?
suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
All right, we dealt with that entire thing. A flower upon your return. Still no quest thing. This will allow Argus to cast some currents will rise now from below and give us smooth ride over there. I'm so surprised we still haven't finished the end of this. No. Oh no. You monster get biscuit. Argos motions the back of his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to top him. Wait. Oh, hop on. Never mind. Wait, no. Please. Argos seems to think so. Oh, honey, no. What's that structure over there for? No temple. Because, like, you have a big building over there, and it's like, that's a big building. Yes. I basically beat the shit out of Vana, so of course he recognizes me as the alpha.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
You mean the echo? It comes without warning.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Which is the one that we mostly do.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try.
Let us try this.
Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Okay, we know that it's supposed to be 108 cycles. When's the last time that cycle happened?
So, what is your opinion?
How long ago was that memory? It's my first opinion. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
I just noticed something in the background, but I'm not going to really say it. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we can get over there. I noticed that one of the kind of structures almost looked a little bit like the big jutting out sword place. Another place where Hermes might take an Elpis, but we know worse than look at probably the largest facility it stands in the Northern Isle. I wonder if an institution with claims to studies research in every species has been released into the world. Do you not question how they found room for all of them on a few isles? The answer lies in the Christus itself. I touched upon the practice before at the archives. Where vast atoms stood together on multiple conceptual spaces, the same holds true for the interior of the facility. It is there within those sprawling habitats the chief overseer and most adept work at the bulk. Come, a simple route. It is a simple route to take. Oh, we finally got 2. So there's 2 down here, 1 there, 1 there. So we're getting close. Where are we? 80% down. I guess we have to take another teleporter. just go up here, north, right? Well, I guess northeast. Oh, through this path right here. Yeah, it is a teleporter. Yes, I would like to go. Alright. Good, the teleporter acknowledges you as my guest. You should now have authority to use as you wish. As far as the Cursa High Prairie, we should follow the path and turn left at the crossroads. You mean the big giant building? Yes, I will go to the big giant building, gang. Are those behemoths? They kind of look similar to behemoths. There's an Aether current there, but we'll take care of that later. They did look like a little bit like Pokemon. Here we have a research facility. We should go ahead and ask about Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is another facility we have just discovered. It's Emitselk and Hythalatus. Yes. Furthermore, we confirmed that the studies in Dynamis, as well as creation of Metrian, were entirely private pursuits. No one else who spoke of appeared to be possessed of the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means, if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down the apocalypse, he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or say if the illustrious Emitselk. According to your story, 14 divined the connection between the celestial occurrence and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest mind, not to mention Hyphalodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to the next question: how did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that either he knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truths, and we would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscience for the wish of the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting, we seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. I guess thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not believe your ridiculous... I did not say I believe your ridiculous stories. But as Emitselk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I might find it. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no. We're still not done? I think it's time my illusion of explanation has passed. The moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Metian is with him as well. Hermes appears in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path and get to help point to Mesopod's arrows from the device at the bottom of the slope. You want to teleport to the next island? Yes, I do. They're very close within the Hungarian Gardens, but we're seeing circling closer just ahead. Well, there, Theresa, to make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If we go there, he would assume I was only here to press him on the Fandaniel matter. But certainly that's not exactly— oh, whatever. We get it. Off you go, find Hermes. Oh, God! Motherfucking what? Why do all of these things have eyes and mouths? I mean, not eyes. They have no eyes. These things are already pretty horrific. Where is he? I feel like I need to hit like 5 random encounters before I even find him. What if we took marbles and we made a stack of them? No, I still don't see him. There he is. Ah, Theresa, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping hiding along the MSF company. We need to talk with you. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, say? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. I will not be long, I promise, but you should wait outside to get gardens with the others, since no place for idle exploration. Yeah, I kind of see, man. Considering how many times something attacked me in this horrific place. You spoke with Hermes then? Okay, for being briefly entangled with the descendants of the Hungering Gardens as well. Or should I see, or should I say smell? Again, I speak with the convocation members, but I am from one impressed by your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now will you convince Hermes to confer with us? Let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. As for fascinating it would be for me to myself, who would recreate Amrod in the depths of the ocean, I best think it all concerned the tragic events have yet to come to pass. Be it as our fortune of your, our future or your past, assuming you are not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Still not an end. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether,
they basically
we
made
ancients
matter
cannot
and
readily
antimatter.
manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Yeah, they are
What is it?
British. Or...
Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Aliens.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yep, here we go.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
This is where it's going.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Kill Meteion right now. Kill Meteion right now.
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
Boing.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
Do I look all right?
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
This is kind of getting, in a much a way I dislike. It's like, okay, you have Heidelin, you have Zodiar. Yes, we've established the final days thing, but like the fact that it doesn't come within the planet but without kind of, you know, irritates me. I hear a voice. It must be us. Hey, that person's over here. Where do you go? It seeps into my mind. Our voice reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide. Angus' voice is flee down the slope. Okay. like... You're trying to catch even the faintest whisper, fail here, medium voice must be somewhere else. It's a thing of, okay, you've made this whole thing of it's the star, the star's about to, you know, the final days, da da da. We need to prevent the final days, and it's kind of like an outside thing. When you've built up Hydaelyn and Zodiark and everything for such a long time. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. I felt like if it came within the planet, it would have been better. Maynard Anger's voice faded as he top. Like, you know, with every single creation, something eventually happens. And they did that, except they made it something that's outside of the planet. Which doesn't feel great. Yeah, they mentioned a scream within the planet. I even sat back and I pointed out, and I was like, maybe Pandemonium is exactly where the thing originated from. It has to be something there. There's also the memory thing, in which it's like, why did we... There's this implication that we're going to see, like, something to do with, like, the memory wiping stuff. Which makes me wonder if, like, Hydaelyn isn't Hydaelyn? But either way, the fact that it's like... I can understand wanting a story of, like, this is to solve mysteries about the planet. But, like, now your mystery of the planet is, like, an alien force. Also, wait. How? Did you... it seems like the reason we traveled to the star. Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Anger's voice is... Yes, it's like the whole thing of there was a scream and an instant tempering, and the planet instantly did this. Unless this is like... This is the actual source of all primals, but that doesn't make sense either, so... She's not here. I mean... Well, it says down, so... There. People are standing around. That must mean there's a cutscene down there. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Theris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to questions. Finalizing report. No, Theresa, you mustn't listen. Hey, you know what? If they just basically put in Dark False, I'm going to be mad. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Metian's anger's voice flees towards the lake. I mean, at least Dark False has, like, a point. And wasn't... Even if Dark False was, like, a very end of the boss... Ooh, here's the true final boss type of thing. At least, like, over this, the Phantasy Star games, it made more and more of a point. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The materia linked at the single mind is shared constances which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts this usual harmony. How may we access this shared constances of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly, in Amelia's case, it is speaking in incarnation without physical reach. So unless we can track down the Metian we just lost, we have no means of communicating with them. No way of knowing what befell our sister, no way of providing directions or guidance. Then we have to best set our amusing aside and concentrate on how may we find her. It's going to really suck if all of, like, everything that's happened all this time was set up to take care of this problem. Like, the creation of Zodiac all the way up to what was happening with the final days in Fandaniel was legitimately, like, everything was designed so we can be able to take care of the problem. Because that might be where they're going. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Metian rendered herself invisible, matching her the identity of those surroundings. So if we could not disrupt their concealment... Hold on, I need to let out. Okay, I think we're on, like, the final 3 quests of this. If so, we cannot disrupt their concealment with sufficient aether, much how Image Silk solidified your presence. Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Theresa will continue to search the same self-man as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Metian's likely location, you procure. Proceed to reveal our way we're familiar with the ethereal downpour. Okay, very clever. We get it. We got what we need to be doing. Very well, seems we're partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Metian and pick up from the trail. I'm making myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down the ether at a moment's notice, making it fall to you to keep it more clear. Image Selk is now following you. Okay, so it must be here. Nothing this way, must try another route then. Ah, here we go. I saw a bunny boy travel over there, so yeah. So just... Why can't I fly? I mean, functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just hide and save everyone then, and nobody can find me. We went to the lake, if it wasn't tiresome enough. At least with the open expansion makes it easy to find, but you won't lose it this time. No, not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, you see very well. What? Why can't I hide? We will hear your report, good or bad. Teresa, but what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Please stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. The others are in a position. 2 of us can herd her into the mist. It's now time to run again. Oh great, is she near the fate? Hey, Emmett Silk, you want to help me with this fate? No, of course not. Wait, before we do that, let's talk to Emmett Silk over here. The teleport is not in use. It seems to have been left at the mercy of the elements. Either way, there's no trace of Metrian's essence. We must move on. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. That person standing here seems to be like... Yep, cutscene. There, I see her. Man, we've almost filled out the entire map except for this one point right here. God. Where could she be? I will follow this cat person to the time. Ah, there it is. If everybody's standing around, that means another cutscene is playing.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Okay.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
I wonder which one of these is Megar's Mimir and
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
Because she kind of is.
To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
Still.
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Why?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
God damn it. Ugh, I seen him in the trailer. Why, Hermes? Why couldn't I leave well enough alone? While these answers to songs of pain you feel when creation is turned to ether, had you not even cast your accursed question to distant stars, you may have one day learned the peace beyond this one. Hermes has Icarus. Consider the expensive dimensions of the place. We might have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he's entered from the rooftops and likely arrived at the utmost portion of the facility. How do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteoron is a potential threat to those who need to be brought under control. Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star with precedence over the other tasks in the matter at hand. Vinod, Theresa? This clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of the doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips over the edge. Nevertheless, if we to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is the ultimate responsible. We cannot leave to suffer torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Chrysis have popularly... Is this the 67 dungeon? Because if I unlock that, I'm just gonna start hitting my gear. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Chrysis? Mistress Vanna, I'm glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sound and the Chris is put in a state of alert. Procedure dictated we evacuate immediately and have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. Tell me I'm going to be able to do this. What does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entirety of the facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Chris' scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Consider this for one. We do, however, an urgent business of Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen to fit or drop our path. With the enfeebling spell in place, we're not going to be fighting best. And it was hardly effective combat to begin with. I've little often beyond my ethereal vision. Then you'll put that talent of yours to good use if you're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You need only to make the most of your strength, and I'll fill in the gaps if required. I was once a Zeme, after all. 'Tis my job to rise to occasion, be that a defender, aggressor, or a healer. I've built better and like my prowess already. And you, Emissel King, you impressive with your arcane majesty. You law protect potent spells at ease. Oh my god. Yes. I am sorry, I cannot do this with randoms. I have to do it with the NPCs. Fuck it. This is the only time I feel like it necessitates. Kitisis Hyperborea, now available. Before we do anything, I need to go into my inventory. I've been actually waiting off on doing this until a time is needed. It's like all three. The third seed, Soul Sia. Oh, of course he's a freaking bard. Oh, that's what this is. I thought this would be in Labyrinthos. Labyrinthos. Because it kind of looked like something that would have been there. So basically, we've seen all the I'm also going to probably take off my
Please turn back, else I might be forced to.
It seems you're determined to protect Metian. Alright, right brother, this is going to be. Come on, why am I not...
Have a taste.
Oh god. I not? Oh, that's a good reason why I'm not doing damage or not keeping aggro. Yeah. Stupid me doing something stupid like that. Yes, at least actual humans did not see me do something stupid. Only these NPCs that don't care. Except for that thing. But that also doing this with the NPCs means that it's going to take half an hour, which I'm fine with.
I'm not entirely useless. I see you opening it.
You know, it's kind of nice that, like, even after all of this, everything has been, like, a giant surprise. Even with, like, kind of some knowledge of, like, oh, this. We don't want to show you all of this. I'm like, oh, maybe this will be like Labyrinthos because some of the barriers look similar. But no, if you were to show, like, this crystal, I would have gone, no. But that also means that we still haven't seen... Oh god, I think I know what the other ones are at this moment. The Ethereal C1, the one that's like the crystals, is definitely the level 79 one. Whether or not the thing at the very end is also the level 81, which they did show off level 8, like the final trailers did show off level 80 in the past. But then again, there's been things within those trailers that they've been really deceptive about. Like, it's definitely median in the trailer that tells you that you're tells someone that you've been fighting for too long. Oh god, there more? Oh god, snowmen.
I see you opening it.
Oh no. Okay, they were just moving for the Man.
I'm not entirely useless. Be gone.
Man, okay, this is great. I know I had to do this. I know this makes everything go slower, but it's fine. I wonder how different the opening is if you do it with people. Oh dear, this fellow spent the disinclined to let us pass. And we have no choice to force our way. Yeah, I would assume so. There was a free set in that last game as well. Oh? Chuh. How did I know?
I see you, Oblivion.
Oh, the footprints. Ah, I see it now.
Out of my way.
Yeah, the thing I dislike is how even when you put people bring NPCs, they don't really how do I put this? They have a problem of like not voicing like what they're saying in dialogue, and I kind of dislike that. It would be nice if you would hear him itself actually say the words that he's saying, instead of like barks and calls. I like how eventually... Okay, so Vinod just puts her hands on her fucking waist. That's a good... She's impatient. May we find peace in ethereal sea. Come, we mustn't tarry. Oh, cool. Wait, hold on. At this point in time, I would like to actually put these things on. What do we got here? Oh, I don't care about that.
Be gone.
I see you, Oblivion.
Since I'm capped at 88, that means I can at least use Divine Veil. Oh man, by the time I get to the 89 trial, because I've heard that's at 89. Man, I'm just gonna be 90. I'm just gonna have my full kit.
Out of my way. I'm warning you. Stay away.
Man, why he closed the door?
stand firm.
I see you opening.
Be gone!
You know, I kind of like the fact that they are keeping things hidden. Because all I can think about is like how if this was Blizzard, we would know. Because you would have the oh wait, hold on. Ah, it's a ring of slaying. Because it would have been a PTR and everything else.
I see you opening.
And people would have, like, you know, data mined it months beforehand. You would have found out about him itself and Vana and Hyperflodius. We can make jokes about bodily fluids. I don't care. Fuck it. I think I've seen most people. We can talk about cum. I'm pretty sure the entire Twitch streamers have dedicated their life and joking about the cum. Observation journal. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation based upon Kamcha bipedal wolf, and indeed is impressively manlike in its guide, is highly intelligent and influenced by ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes is an impression that it comprehends words. If it proves to be the case, then be ashamed that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make a mention of that in the next report. Look, a volcano.
I see you opening.
And I get my full kit in like a level. That's what. Now I get to mash the down button more. Isn't it kind of weird how like D-pads like have also become just like input buttons? I mean, sometimes it's for secondary things, but like even in this game, it's used for actions. Ooh, a treasure coffer. Please be something offending. Ah, here it is. Healing. Latin Lord. Goodness me, what man is thinking behind this? This is truly no accounting for taste. Why? It's a three-headed snake. Come on. And it kind of has clams for what?
I see you opening.
Okay, so whatever it faces is where it's gonna spew.
Mine is the eater.
So you can see that Emmett Silk basically adheres to Alizé's like train of thought. Where it's like, oh, it's time to use. It's time to use it's now time to use the LB. Okay, fuck up. Fucking have rotations now.
Have a taste.
Yeah. Oops. I didn't mean to do that one. I didn't mean to use both buffs at the same time, so it doesn't matter. What do we got? Casting. Anything but what I want.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet. Fly true.
Have a taste.
Out of my way.
I also noticed that they don't like targeting my own stuff.
I'm not entirely useless.
I'm wondering if, like, M itself basically never wants to target what you're targeting. Yeah, I know, but it's also like one of those things where each of the trust things have like a different type of to their AI. It's kind of like how Alphanode and Alizé will target the things that you personally are targeting, but Estinian won't. But Estinian is just targeting based upon whatever they want.
I'm not entirely useless.
mean, it's kind of nice that each NPC has their own personality when it comes to this stuff. Oh God. Yo.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Have a taste.
Oh God, big birds. I was trying to read the thing that's over there too. Oh, there's Trevor's copper over there too. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of serves a similar purpose.
Be gone! I see you opening.
Ooh, yeah, fending earrings. I can take away these 530s. Flying life forms an introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds which travel between continents for seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long-standing realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate the celestial bodies. But this method lacked a precise need to guide their survival. Guide them to the same location each time. It would be vital to life. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, use of which was developed by an incumbent Fen Daniel during his tenure as the chief overseer of Elpis, a truly inspired idea that's brought to life many benefits to the star. We invented magnets. Winged Defiance, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! man! Unleash your power! Dancing winds! Pierce my foes! Stars on high! Fall is rain!
You.
No, I'm not letting you get that all. Fuck that.
Of ether! Surge is one!
I see
Out
you.
of my way! My way! Dancing winds! Pierce my foe!
Have a taste!
Out of my way! Stars on high! Fall is rain!
By my true name, I shall consign all.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
I'm not entirely useless.
No! My power!
Na 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 na. I did it with my best friend Emmett Selk. All right, let me see what I get. Knuckles. That's fucking monk shit again. Damn, damn, damn.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Oh no, she became pale.
Even now, their
Become
souls
goth.
cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Fuck off, Hermes!
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Fuck! Yeah, the memory eraser.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the
And no wonder
oblivion
why
of
Pan Daniel was such a dick.
Silly fool. Had you said yes,
I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Thing became
Very
a bird.
well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Okay, so that means Vana and your character, or at least Vana, remembers. But that also leaves the chance of Emmett Selk remembering through Vana. I'm starting to wonder if, like, the entirety of Hydaelyn and Zodiark is legitimately a plan because it has to happen.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Also, wait a second. What's the purpose of the moon, then?
And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
It's like everybody else was like, yeah, you went in there
But
with
that
like
there is her
and some
familiar,
other...
is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
Tall.
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious.
No,
I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Oh god. Oh no.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Are you feeling all recovered? I understand the exertion was more than purely physical, but resting's won't bother me only for a moment. It's not around merit. As for Hermes, I think it's likely they create more, whatever. He poured so much himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. Your blame itself will be believed that he would never acknowledge the dissatisfaction of the world, and that Meteon will never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will be faced with the advent of the final days in his role of Svan Daniel. With NPC avatars. Thou must live and die and know.
Sorry, so listen to me. Our duty now is to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination or to convince himself could hide the dollars that have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences of Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains are memories alone, or be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I'll see you at the doors of the proper Leon. And considering that I can come back to this, I can. Because why would they do anything like that if you couldn't? Should be able to just do that. Also, we're close to 90. Next fucking thing will be 90. Somebody just said there was an 88 instance. I should stop looking at that chat. The chat in game. Oh boy. We're gonna make our way to a good stop point. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking of Vanilla, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It recommends you set some time. Okay, we'll set some time. We'll continue until like 4 in the morning. That's how easily these things work out.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Perhaps yes, this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Have a good night, TK.
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
And it's still silent because
All
I
is
gotta enjoy the
excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question.
Why, given life, must we die?
Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
It's the song lyrics. It's the song lyrics to Answer, which is
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then Shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age?
Okay. That's a good. Unable to okay. Actually, we just need to go to the Baldessian Annex, don't we? We are close to 90. I could probably run that dungeon again and get 9, but I feel like I shouldn't. We are, yeah, of course, it's almost like 4 a.m. Oh god. I assume as much. I'm calling this basically the end of Act 2. Alright, so impeccable timing as always. I heard you off in the first as part of efforts to investigate the final days. Well, so has been the case. While you were away, we had a few developments, which we can discuss at the moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Endwalker 4. As the heavens burn. But no, not tonight. Not tonight. That's it. That's it. We're done tonight. Holy fuck. We've gone too long. Same thing tomorrow. Where am I sending you guys? Where am I sending you guys? Where the fuck am I sending you guys? The people who own Super Late. 4 a.m. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna send you to Sans Undertale. We're gonna send you to Paper Bag. Usually I am... He only has 6 people on. He's playing the Undertale. I think he's on Genocide. You can watch people get killed. Anyways, yeah. Thanks for coming out tonight. Stay safe. See you guys tomorrow night for more Endwalker. I doubt the end, but I feel like we'll get it done by Wednesday or so. Have a good night.